I need to bring my computer so you can watch the Twitch.
That would help. Especially since I'm the only one here.
Foolery going on. Darn it. Oh my gosh, I didn't update. Got to update this. All right, ready?
Where do I seal it?
I'll get you.
I'm ready. Abel, is there any water? Any possible way I could get water at some point? When I take a break.
Yeah, you're live by the way. But down the stairs.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So there you go.
Okay, hey folks, welcome aboard. I'm FIDE Master Paul Whitehead, and this is round 2 of the Tuesday night marathon, live at the Mechanics Institute Chess Club. I'm sitting in the office. In the other room is 28 chess boards or so. People playing with masks on, but they are playing chess here in San Francisco, and we're covering the top 10 boards. And thanks everybody who's watching, and if you haven't subscribed to us, subscribe to us, and shout out to all the people that make this work. Abel Talamentes, the chess room, first and foremost, Abel Talamentes, and Judith Starry, who's in Hungary right now. But anyway, let's take a look. This is the board 1. I'll get straight to the action here. And the phone's ringing. That's Kasparov. I'm ignoring him. He's hasn't come down to the club yet, and we've invited him numerous times, I think. But okay. On board 1 is Elliot Winslow, International Master Elliot Winslow, playing black against Abhi Panagalapati, and this is an opening which is, picked up a lot of steam lately, this kind of hybrid London system with bishop f4 and knight c3, and Elliot in this position, and now we have h4, so hyper-aggressive stuff. I guess if black castles h5, and in fact that is what happens, and black reacts in a classical manner by attacking in the center as to the wing attack. I mean, knight h5, rook takes h5, gh5, queen h5, and with bishop d3 coming, of course white has more than sufficient compensation. And These opening things are not my strong point, and so I'm hoping that Michael Walter, some other person who knows their openings, gets on here pretty soon in the chat and can get me straight on the openings. And c5 looks like a great response to this wing attack. And white opens up the h-file and, hopes to deliver mate, I'm sure, at one day. And black continues to play aggressively. In this kind of situation, you have to be active with black and not let white just play something like f3, queen f2, and queen h4, whatever white's plan is here. Boom, boom. The d4 pawn is under attack. And black is not giving white room to, get the quick mate that maybe he's hoping for. Anyway, let's zoom down to board 2 where Siddharth Arun Siddharth, and now I need the pairings, and that's what I'm going to get the next time I'm around here. This is board 2, and Christophe Bambou these are players that, as far as I know, they're experts, both expert players. Let's get over here. Let's back up to the opening and see what's going on here. Queen's Gambit, Slav, and the a4. Now that is not a move that I would play because of the weakness it leaves at b4. But my opening, as I said, my openings are not up to date. So who knows? This might be the latest thing. So we have some kind of position, and in a classical sense, this is already good for black, with the weakness at b4, and white just has nothing on the queen side at all. And as the play will start shifting over to the center, if white, probably with white trying to play e4 or something, and that's exactly what happens. However, black is ready to take a pawn, and for all I know, this is theory, and bishop f1 is a clever move to regain the pawn as quickly as possible. All of this is kind of reasonable now. And, black, this is another thing, is maybe black could have thought about jumping into e4, but white's played very purposefully after this a4 move. So, all right, let's see. And on board 3, 2 expert players. Nicholas Wang, who just won the tournament here, tied for first. Young man, and Chelsea Zhao, a young woman. Both of these players are well known to us here at the club. These are up-and-coming youngsters, strong players, strong experts, and this is obviously a Najdorf. Where white plays this English-style attack here. Okay. Nicholas has a very aggressive style. So this is already a double-edged game where we're going to see a real fight here. And on board 4, Richard Liu versus Eiko Hadari, and these are also expert players. Nimzo Indian, and we have a position that's been seen 10,000 times, 10 million times before. barely out of the opening. And down on board 5, we have, let's take a look, a Benoni, it looks like. This starts out as a Benoni, where black is delaying the move knight f6 for some reason, but finally plays it. And this, I don't approve of this bishop on b7 move, which does absolutely hits against a granite there at d5. And black should just castle. And the rook could even play rook a7 to e7. So bishop b7 looks quite wrong here. Mr. Acosta has played a strange plan here with bishop b7. And let's see here on board 8, Christian Clements and Guy Argo to, I think Christian is certainly an expert and Guy Argo is a strong A player. And let's see how this game started out. Strange noises from the hallway. Okay, and this is a Dutch defense with bishop b4. I think Alekhine used to play like that, I think, with bishop to b4. This is an interesting, very direct way for black to try to play here. Giving up the bishop and going for the white bishop, or direct control of it. The game has been simplified a lot here. Sometimes in these positions, white moves the rook on f1 to e1, and then plays bishop to f1. And then moves the knight, and so as to avoid the trade of bishops. It's a very odd plan, but I've seen it. You know, white can play more straightforwardly with b4 or something like that, but this is close to an even game here, unless white has knight g5 here. Bishop g2, knight e6, queen e7, knight f8, bishop f1. It's not working, but it's, you know, that's my mind at work there. Okay, now this I think is the top board in the under 2000 section. And this is the two of the top rated players. I mean, this is the second round, so we're still getting started in this tournament. E4, this is one game a week tournament, started in 1972. And we have a Vienna game. All these moves look reasonable to me. I think, you know, black has played very logically. And we're getting a vicious opposite colored bishop, opposite colored castling type of position here. So bishop b3, a5, I suppose. Also knight f6, queen f6, bishop d5. The bishop can go back to d7. Things are heating up in this game, that's for sure. And I mean, the threat for white is bishop to g5 if he can get it in. I'm almost tempted to play it now. If b takes c4, bishop f6, gf6, queen h6, threatening knight takes f6. What can black do on that? Bishop to g5, very strange looking move here. But does it work? If b takes c4, bishop f6, gf6, queen h6, it looks like there's no defense to knight takes f6. So hi everyone who's watching. And instead white played knight f6, queen f6, and then maybe he's going to play bishop d5 now. And white retains some advantage here, but maybe there was a knockout there, close to a knockout with bishop g5 instead of knight f6. Very interesting. All right, I'm going to move on here while black thinks about his move. And this should be the board number 2 in the under 2000 section. Actually, I think it's the under 1800 section, right? Yeah. I think it's how it's divided here. Hi, Michael, Walter. I'm so glad you've joined the chat and you can help me with these opening issues that I'm having here. Let's see what's going on in this game. This is, like I said, board. This is another knight c3. This is one of the things in these openings now is white, whether he's opening d4 or e4, he's developing the queen knight and then the bishop out early, one of the bishops out early. It's a new strategy. The Tivyakov, yeah, okay. I'm sure this is all book. And boom, b4. Look at that. I like it. I like this kind of stuff. New, and black tries to maintain this formation here. Now white takes and plays knight e2, and b4 has been exchanged for b6. I guess that's to white's advantage. It seems like it is. And white's now, I guess this is a logical follow-up to bishop to b2. I'm not sure bishop b2 is even the right plan here. I mean, maybe castle and play f4 or something. But okay, boom, boom. And I suppose black's going to take on c3, and we've got, the game sort of starts to look a little bit normal again. Oh, okay. This is great. Gadir Guzanov is very, of course, a very strong player, top 100 player in the world, and he's plays in our online tournaments and is also teaching some of our regular players, not just in his regular games that he plays. Now you can see him on Thursday nights at the Mechanics online events, which we stream, by the way, is here on Twitch. But he's also coaching our players. And white's a little better here. Okay, that makes sense. All right. I would say that seems to be true. And let's keep moving on here. This is the board 1 of the under 1600 section where the club director, Abel, looking for a tutor. Well, isn't the House of Tudor is the English royal family, I think. Um, and let's see. Okay, so here, let's go all the way back here because Abel is the chess club director, and he's playing one of our regular club players, Albert Starr. And Albert, shout out to Albert, he plays the orangutan opening. He knows it inside and out. But he's black, and here he's playing the Dutch. And Abel plays his bishop f4, e3, very modest system against the Dutch. And now this bishop e6 move, and that's a Albert Starr move for sure. I mean, he goes his own way in the openings, and he's got his own ideas. And Abel hits the bishop, which goes back, and now I guess h6 and g5 is coming up. So h4 is a natural response, although d5 and if h6, knight e6 might be thought of, or maybe white could play c5 here and try to play queen b3 check. Albert likes to play with fire in the opening too. And the knight could have gone back to h3, but that's neither here nor there. And bishop e8, Albert's going to put that bishop on that g8, a2 diagonal no matter what it takes. So, yeah, we gotta like white's game here. The black's light squares are starting to look like Swiss cheese. And here we go. And this is a nice move. And he's very aggressive, castling queenside. And Albert, this looks right. Takes. And now a volatile situation. I mean, I think Albert's kind of extracted himself a little well from this if he's not just busted like maybe g4 like Michael says. Yeah, that these positions can be flimsy. And g4 is certainly, got the mark of like, I'm gonna bust you open on the king side and try to grab some light squares, but black could maybe take and then play knight takes f4, and I don't know. Albert's hanging in there. All right, we're going to roll finally to board 2 of the under 1600, where Andrew Ballantyne is playing Dominic Zerbel. And I'm going to fly back to the first move. Michael, don't go away because I really need you for this. This is the Milner-Barry gambit, right? Or is coming up. Okay, now black can't take on d4 because white plays knight d4, queen d4, bishop b5 check, as Yasser Serouan would probably point out to everybody, and instead plays bishop d7. Now white castles. So this is black. This is a gambit, and black takes on d4, and white offers up another pawn on e5. So theory, and black plays a6. Now I don't know, like I said, I don't know the theory. I guess taking on e5 is a bit dangerous. Probably rook e1, and then maybe white can take on d5 if black's not careful. So, however, I don't have the theoretical move-by-move knowledge of this. Rook e1. And black is not dead yet, all right? Bishop b4, black jumps out with his pieces, trying to get developed. Bishop e3 hits the queen, and I think black is right not to take on e5. because of bishop c5, I suppose. So puts the queen, tries to tuck the queen away, and white plays queen b3, and that looks like a good move. I mean, white's due for a good move here because black just wants to play knight e7 and castle. So queen b3 sets up maybe pawn to a3 on the next move. And white's, black still has to get 2 moves to get castled. So it's time to do something like that. Play knight e7 and just a3, just bite the bullet, take on c3 and castle. White might maintain a plus if he gets the pawn back. And of course his bishop c6. Yeah, bishop c6 has got that. That's true. Michael, and then if g3, let's say white tries to dislodge the queen, protecting the bishop at b4. I know g3 weakens a lot of position, a lot of pieces. Okay, so queen g4 can be met by bishop e2. It could get hairy. I mean, white could take on b4, and then black would play d4. So bishop c6, g3 might not be so clear. All right, interesting game on board 10. We're going to jump back up to board 1 where we had this opening, which I guess, I don't know, hybrid knight c3 and London system, London bishop f4 move, and we've already seen this. And white is really playing a super aggressive strategy here. Trying to mate Winslow. Can you believe it? And he's not far from it. I mean, if he can get the knight and the bishop out and the rook out and the queen involved, then he'd have a checkmate. In the meantime, Elliott is being very calm about all this. So we'll see what happens. And was queen b6 suspect after castles? Maybe. It's a tough little position, though. That's not clear exactly, unless this has been played recently, and I just don't know the games. Knight c6, maybe. Okay. All right. Well, we have this, and this doesn't look that clear to me, that, white's still got a long ways to go to bring all of his pieces out. Could be dangerous for black, though. And on board 2, we left off here with black having, or somewhere around here, with black having more play on the queen side, but white getting this nice center. Now c5 is, well, that gets some counterplay, but gives up the b5 square. So the queen side is sort of getting locked up here, and white is in a think here. Probably wondering whether he should play e5 or something like that. And, c5 makes a lot of sense. Let's breaks open the pawn duo here. Rook d1 or d5 for white. Yeah, d5 maybe, with an eye on that bishop at e7. But Black is a little bit ahead in development here as well, so maybe take on, if I'm white, I want to take on a6 and kind of make the black pieces look a little awkward. But there's something funny about this, the white's play in this game, with a4 and then bishop back to f1. That was a little, I think bishop back to f1 is kind of slow. Maybe knight e5 with the idea of playing knight takes c4 looks better to me. Yeah, and so white's play just got a little kind of, and b3, is that necessary? Maybe, because black was threatening bishop c4 and knight c2, but still, it's, and black, is your game over? Could I get the pairings? Is there a way for me to get the pairings so I can see the ratings of the players? Wow, thanks, Juan. Did you win? What?
I made a mistake.
Oh no!
Sorry.
Oh no! Ah.
The open section, right? The open.
And the top. Yeah, I need the open. Yeah, open section. Okay. And this is a very interesting matchup. This Nicholas Wang Chelsea Zhao game, and you know what is this? All right, white needs to move the knight because simple arithmetic says that if gf6, bc3. Well, I guess white could play queen c3, bishop f6, but that would be nothing. Knight a4. And suddenly black goes into a think here. All right, so if knight g7, is there a problem? Queen takes b4. I mean, shouldn't that be okay for black? Playing d5 or bishop takes g5. So knight a4 is strange, but it's got an interesting point to it, that the b4 pawn is hanging, and there's some vulnerability around the b6 square. It's a funny looking move, though. I agree.
I mean,
I just want to see who's. Okay.
but I mean, the pairings are there.
Right, but I couldn't remember the ratings. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no big deal.
Okay, so
I got it.
just toggle between.
Okay. Yeah.
And here, Tuesday,
Okay.
boom,
Got
and
it.
boom.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you. The director, Abel Telemans, is coming to my rescue here. Yeah, knight g7 looks good. Queen b4, d5, obviously, or even bishop takes g5. Okay. So interesting, maybe innovation, this knight a4 move. But probably not. Anyway, black would seem to be fine after knight d1 as well. So this opening has gone well. And back on board 4. Okay. This was the game that went the Nimzo Indian, and black is clearly fine here, could play d5 as well. Black is probably better already and decides to play super aggressively with e4. I can't blame him, actually. for playing like this, and that bishop g4 makes a lot of sense as well. It's a little bit committal. I mean, there's the d5 pawn, which is could become backward, but black is getting an awful lot of fast play with this kind of stuff. Yeah, it might be a little too direct in some respects, but yeah, knight f2 would have helped in that other game. Would have, yeah, I see the point of that too. So Persitsky Acosta, this was this strange game where black developed the bishop to b7, which I don't approve of, even if it has been played by everybody. But you know, black has difficulty in this opening, in this Benoni opening, in any case. And now, black seems to be doing okay now. b5 is interesting. Maybe, and that's a good point. I mean, black could have taken on b4 and then gained the c5 square, or maybe even played taken and played rook c8 and suddenly switch over action to the c file and take advantage of the pin and play f5 or something like that. Maybe a more dynamic way to play. Rook b5 is not a move you would really expect, but it has its points here. And the game is already in kind of strange strategic territory, I think. Black plays back to f6. So if I'm white, I would take on a6 probably without even thinking here, to exert some pressure down that b file. Knight h4. Okay, so black plays back to f6, attacking e4, and white's position is a little precarious here, but again, taking on a6 looks right to me. And now black is ready to parachute in with knight c4. This looks like a funny game. Now I think white should take on a6 and play knight b5 or something like that. And black probably should have locked it up with pawn a5. It's nagging stuff here on the queen side. All right. Board 6, Clemens, Guy Argo. And this game was being very leisurely played here. We saw this. White plays rook d1, black plays queen f6, and white plays rook c1, and I assume black's going to play knight d7 and preventing c5, I think. Now we've got this kind of thematic type of position where, you know, I pointed out that white can sometimes play bishop f1 and knight e1. Black is black going to go berserk with g5 and f4 or f4 or something? I mean, he needs to develop his queen side. So equal chances, or maybe white still has the advantage of the move, as Michael Walder said. White has the advantage of the move, but not much of a real large edge. Knight d7 stops c5, and I guess white would play b4, and then black could think about playing, bishop e4, maybe. Yeah, white's a little better. Yeah. Knight d7, c5. Does that really work? Yeah, I guess that is a way to try to crash through. And if d takes c5, d takes c5, queen c3, rook c3, knight c5, pawn to b4. Yeah, these queen sides, these queen side needs to be developed by black. Maybe black should be a little quicker and play knight c6 or something here. Okay, Clemens is doing good. And board one, we had this interesting position. I want to ask Michael about this, actually. A6, knight d, this came out of a Vienna game, but after black played b5, did white have this amazing bishop g5 move? Bishop g5. And if b takes c4, bishop takes f6, gf6, queen h6. I think that wins for white. It's not quite forced. But it looks like, but anyway, in any case, white took on f6 and then played bishop d5, and black played knight d4 and did not go back with bishop d7 but plunged forward with knight d4, and white plays bishop g5. Okay, so what's going on here? If bishop takes a8, then knight takes f3, gf3, bishop f3. But then comes, oh, well, e5 is met by d takes e5, bishop f3, e takes f4. This is making my head spin. So bishop takes a8, knight f3, gf3, bishop f3, I guess is okay for black. So white plays bishop g5, and the queen goes to g6, and white's in a think. So I suppose things could peter out, like if knight d4, bishop d4, bishop a8, bishop d1. I don't know. I don't see anything clear for white here. If bishop a8, knight f3, gf3, bishop f3. It looks like it's all kind of coming out and even in the wash here. Okay, so bishop takes a8, knight takes f3, g takes f3, bishop f3. Now, if the rook goes to f1, attacking the bishop, the other rook can take the bishop on a8. Oh, I see. No, black would play bishop takes d1. I don't see how white's coming out ahead in this. I don't see it. I don't see how white's coming out ahead. That's not to say that white's not coming out ahead, but I just don't see it. He takes on a8. All right, so white's just taking a rook. So black can take on f3. White must recapture. I mean, take on f3 with the knight. White must recapture. Now bishop takes f3. Now if white saves the bishop on a8 and plays bishop d5, then comes black just takes one of the rooks and ends up a pawn ahead. Put a piece down. Ah, okay. Yeah. Black has messed this up completely. It's over. All right. Yeah, let's go back to that bishop g5, queen g6, bishop a8. I mean, I suppose black has to play rook takes a8. And then white's the exchange ahead. Okay, instead knight f3 is a blunder. Unless we're all missing something. Okay. Let's go down to Kevin Sun and Marty Cortinas. We have this all right. Oh, this is looking dynamically in balance, maybe a little better for white. Okay. And Abel Tolamentis, after this position, white did play g4 to try to blow open the game. Good move, Abel. And black took on f4 and then defended f5, but it doesn't defend f5. So black should take on g4, I think. So this runs into white taking on f5. Black plays c5 to try to deflect the knight from f5, but boom, Abel just takes on g6, and suddenly Albert's game looks like it's falling apart. Although, was this the right way for Abel to play? Because it looks like white could also play knight d to b5 here, and then take on d6. But okay, this is tempting with the dark squares, but black is getting some light squares, but black is getting some dark squares. Doesn't knight h5 look better than knight e8? Although knight e8 defends d6, Abel sidesteps with rook e4, and the knight comes to c7. Rook g1 is a great looking move. For sure. I mean, suddenly the rook is involved in the game. You know, 2 pawns ahead, plus a light squared attack. This looks very, very tough for Albert here. White is clearly in the driver's seat. Queen d2, rook g6, yeah, queen d2 is nice, kind of switching the queen over to some dark squares. This is a really nice position for white. All right, we'll see what happens. And then finally on board 2 in the under 1600 section, we had this Milner-Barry attack. Black took on c3, and like we were talking about, maybe bishop c6 would have been met by g3 with some incredible complicated position, but White takes on b7, which makes total sense. And black is playing with absolute fire with this move. My gosh. Rook takes c3. That is very risky. I mean, black's position is already looking pretty risky anyway. You know, maybe knight e7 though would just, you've got to develop something. Okay, so I guess there's no forced win here, but bishop takes a6. Okay, so queen comes back to d8, makes sense. And I suspect white is winning here. And white is looking for a way to win. Might not be that clear cut, but I like the two bishops and I like the outside a4 pawn. So black needs to try to exchange, or needs to try to get his knight out and his rook out. That's the number one priority for black here. So you need to survive the next 10 moves, 5 moves. Maybe queen c8, but then queen a7. So I'm not sure. Queen c8, queen a, yeah. All right, we're going to jump up to Elliot's game again. And we were around here. White backs up with rook h4, attacking the e4 pawn. Knight f6, knight h3, and Elliot just takes it off and connects the rooks, and he's having no nonsense on this h-file whatsoever. And clearly this is about an equal game. I mean, possibly white's a little better here with the bishop over the knight and the pawn structure. Yeah, I don't think this is. I think this is white's given up most of his opening advantage, but the game still looks like it's probably even here. That's my take on it. On board 2, Siddharth Arun rated 2253, by the way, versus Christophe Bambou rated 2121. And this is a game that I thought was going well for black. And white actually may be playing a very sophisticated. I thought black was doing well here. Let's see what white did. I like this move because it flat foots the black pieces temporarily. Centralizing, threatening 96 if nothing else. So, yeah, both players have these strange queenside weaknesses. Black's queen looks like it belongs on b7, so why not just put it there right away? This must be an equal game. That's all I'm going to say. Black's played well here. And I think white's kind of messed around a little bit too much. Okay, so this game, the strange knight d1 was played. After b4, the strange knight d1 instead of knight d1 f2 to sort of support the king side. Black moves the knight to d7, and white plays h4. At this point, it's less of an attacking move almost than a defensive move, threatening queen b4 probably. Queen a5 is weird though, because b3 just puts the queen in a strange spot, and now a3 is a threat, maybe. A funny looking move. And is that the right square for the bishop? Black's last two moves are a little bit strange to my mind. And the ratings of those players are Wang is 2013 and Zhao is 1879. And Richard Liu versus Eiko Hidari, and White plays Rook D1. That's a good move. So, Black maybe rushed in a little too much with this. First of all, this was all fine, but now e4, maybe not necessary yet to do that. There's other moves possible. Rook e8 or something else. Well, e4 is pretty committal, let's face it. Bishop e2, and then bishop g4, and bishop b2, and rook c8. Now that doesn't seem to fit in with the last couple of moves, although it does discourage taking on d5. Not easy now. Black overextended, I think, with e4. It was a little premature. I like White's game here now. Let's see if I can get back to. Yeah, in the Wang game, that was probably true here. That Black, after h4, could have maybe played knight c5 or something like that. Try to get it more harmonious. I'm not sure how to play this exactly. Queen a5 looks a little odd though. Okay. All right, we just looked at this, and Black is thinking, and Persitsky Acosta. This was an interesting game. So White finally did take on a6 after knight e5, and uses this b file, and so this has gone well for White, I think. Although Black is threatening knight takes d5 here. And that doesn't stop, knight takes d5. So, what's White supposed to do here? Play queen d3. It has to find some way to defend everything. It's a little bit off here for White. The threat is knight takes d5. If you move the rook from the e file, then you lose the e4 pawn. So queen d3 maybe, or queen c4, and that just invites knight e5 again. So this game was funny by both players. Maybe some minor shenanigans here that made this all happen. And White could play rook b1, maybe rook b5 to b1. That's my recommendation here. Instead, f3 ran into knight d5. And Black has more than been successful with this. Black is calling the shots here, for sure. Yeah, White rocked back on his heels by knight takes d5. In this position, White should have played rook b5 to b1 here. That seems to be the right move. All right, and then in this game, Black is still thinking after rook c1. Okay, so let's move on to this game, where Black is playing down a bishop down, having miscalculated, as I was doing, miscalculating this and playing knight f3, which is a blunder. Takes, and then bishop d5. And now Black is just, completely. White's just in let's exchange everything mode, and then I win as I please. That game is already over. strange mistake, a sort of chess blindness. And here we've got this game which looks even to me. Even chances, I would say, here. Telementus star, we had white taking here and then centralizing. Bishop d3 is white's aiming for a lot of light squares. 96. Yeah, I mean, maybe bishop d3 wasn't the right move. I think, as was pointed out, queen d2 or maybe rook g6 here. Attacking d6. Bishop d3 is a little funny. 96 attacks f4 and also maybe with the idea of knight c5. And white plays knight b5. Okay, I like that. Taking the bull by the horns. That's a good move. White has to, when you're ahead in material, you still have to play actively. You can't just, mess around and do nothing and just expect the game to win itself. And a lot of players do that. They just sort of like, oh, I won a couple of pawns and now the game is just going to be won, but you have to continue to play actively and so forth. Finally, on board 10, which is board 2 of the under 1600 section, white did play bishop b6, black did play queen c8, and white did play queen a7, and that trapped the queen. And black went, oh no, not quite. Queen c6, bishop b7, queen c4. Black is on the verge of disaster here. And yet white still has to prove the win. It's quite a funny position. Yeah, how does white win this position? I'm trying to think of a way in here that's direct, and I don't see one.
Number 10.
What?
Number 10.
Yeah. Queen b8. Oh, I see. Queen b8, bishop c8, queen d6. And this threatens queen d8 mate. And if the bishop goes back to d7, then what? Queen b8, bishop c8, queen d6, bishop back to d7. Oh, my head is spinning from this. You still can't play bishop c5 because of rook c5 or queen c5. All right. Well, this is a real. I'm not turning the engines on, folks. So you can do that back home, and then email me or put it in the chat and help me figure this out. Back up to board 1, and okay, we've had a lot of action here with the rooks getting traded. And now white making the trade of queens, or trying to, and black saying you'll have to do it on my terms. If queen a7, queen f4 check, and queen f2, I suppose that's a little too much for white to take. So white trades this way, it straightens black's pawns up, and now c4. And this is kind of an interesting endgame. It really is. It's imbalance and not easy to call and say who's exactly better here. And black does not want to play pawn to d5 and allow white to play c5, b4, a4, b5 and make a pass pawn. So this is touch and go here. This is not easy. It's a tough little endgame. Should black's king march around to try to march around to f4, king h6, king g5, king f4? But white can just, so white's going to try to play king e3 here, and black has to be ready to meet that in some way. Maybe knight e8 here, knight e8, king d2, f5, king e3, king f6. Yeah. This is not an easy endgame. And could be very well prove to be better for white, especially if there's a passed pawn to be had on the queen side. Black could be in trouble here. I'm going to jump back to board 10 because I had a comment here. Queen b8, bishop c8, bishop a5, and then if rook c2, queen b8, bishop c8, bishop a5, rook c2, queen d6, bishop back to d7, and then bishop b4. There you go. I think that might be it. The bishop gets on the diagonal where on b4. That looks like that might be it. Queen b8, bishop c8, queen d6, bishop to threatening queen d8, mate, bishop d7. Now you go back with the bishop to a5, threatening the rook on c2, c3, and if rook c2, bishop to b4, threatens queen f8. I think that's it. That's very nice. I wonder if Mr. Ballantyne is going to find it. That is very well done. And what about Elliott's game? Well, white didn't keep the queen and the rook on the board. Instead, he went into this endgame. And we're still going to see what happens with that. Meanwhile, on board 2, we have a game which I think is pretty... White clearly has some space here and just is a little better for that. But black should be able to hold this, I think. If black was Carlsen, I would say black was winning. If white was Carlsen, I would say white is winning. So, yeah, it's got that kind of look to it. But as it is, I have no, which basically means I don't have any idea. And this interesting game here. Okay, let's see what happened with this. We have this thing where black put the queen out there and then put the bishop there, and white plays bishop h3, maybe with the idea of sacking on e6, but also just developing the bishop. And it's black's move. And, you know, this is looking a little awkward for black somehow. If I'm black, I want to bust out here in some way with like knight c5 or something. Or you can't play e5, yeah. The queen is weirdly placed on a5. I want to draw your attention to that. Queen a5 attacking that knight at a4 is not always a good move. After white plays b3, it's like suddenly the queen is just stuck there, and a3 might even be a threat. So maybe a5 for black to defend that pawn, or maybe striking in the center now with d5 or something like that, or bishop b7 and d5. So queen a5 is a funny one. I guess bishop b7 is met by queen b4, so maybe just the simple pawn a5. Queen a5 leaves a weird feeling for me. b3. Okay. Knight c6. Okay, yeah, sure, knight c6. That's a good move. And then if knight takes e6, f takes e6, bishop e6, king h8, bishop d7, rook takes f3. That's interesting. Bishop h3 looks bad. I can't even tell what looks good or bad. Why does bishop h3 look bad? It's so hard to tell what the right move is here. You know, is it a3 for white? But then d5. Is it bishop e2? Is that the right move? Again, d5. Bishop h3, it looks like at least threatens a pseudo sacrifice on yeah, bishop h3, d5, or bishop, or maybe knight c6. And a3 might have just been a good move anyway. And if d5 then takes on b4 and c3 or something like that. I don't know. Black should be fine here in this position, in this game, I think. In any case. Some strange moves, but okay. So we had this. Black played rook c8, rook d1, queen d7. And this game has really ratcheted up the tension here. White trades, queen g4, and of course white can't take on d5 twice because the queen is hanging at c2. And this is, maybe white should play queen e2 here and just try to trade queens. That would be good, I think, queen e2. And get the queen off the c file. And then you can try to take on d5 or something. Black could regret playing e4 one of these days and with that backward d5 pawn. So, not clear at all. And this is the Persitsky game where white got rocked by knight takes d5. He doubled check. Black plays these aggressive moves. Look at this. Rooks went back to c1, so that if pawn takes queen, rook takes queen. Black plays knight c5, attacking the queen, and the queen needs to move. If rook takes c5, queen takes c5, and that protects the bishop at the knight at e3. But then white could maybe play bishop e3, rook takes c4. So why did black do this? Queen g5, that's not necessarily clear. Oh no, white can't play rook c5. Maybe rook c5 was all right. So, but this is a complicated game, and black didn't have to play c4 here. After queen b3, maybe could have just played knight takes g2 and kept it simple. Of course, white could try knight takes g6 or something like that. After queen b3, knight takes g2, knight takes g6. That's not clear. I guess, well, rook e6 maybe it is clear. I'm throwing out a lot of moves without coming to any definite conclusions here. c4 is great. Rook c1. Black should be doing great here. Knight c5 maybe not the right move. They could take on b3, rook c7, and then pawn to b2 or something. But then bishop e3, rook b2. Okay, so Knight c5, queen a2, and black just simply trades. Probably ready to play knight d3 on the next move. King g2, knight d3, but then queen c4, oh, queen c4, knight takes c1. Of course, black could play rook, white could play rook c4. King g2, knight d3, rook c4. What's black getting here? King g2 maybe d5. And if e takes d5, rook e2 check. That now we're starting to get into that would be crushing probably for black. d5 now. Looks really strong. And breaking through on e4. E takes d5, rook e2 check must be followed by pawn c3. Okay. Yeah, this is not looking good for white. Black plays d5 here, and Brzezinski's in trouble. All right, let's see this game. And look at this. a5 was played by black as though he had all the time in the world, and c5 was played by white, and suddenly this is not looking right here. Black's a5 move is looking really out of place here. It just looks like it doesn't belong. Maybe knight c6 now, and then takes on b6 and queen b3, wins the b6 pawn just flat out, I think. Yeah, Clemens is better here. Still. And d5 was played, and that looks like a winning move. And this game is completely hopeless for black. And we have this game, which is now white looks like he's picking up a pawn on e5 and will be a pawn ahead. Black looks like he messed up here. Doesn't want to take with the queen, I guess, because of bishop e4. But seems to be just pitching a pawn after bishop takes e5. Unless I'm missing something. Oh, maybe queen g5? But and if bishop takes g3, bishop takes a1. So bishop takes e5, queen g5. The world is full of tactics. Tactics. Chess is 99% tactics. Bishop takes e5, queen g5. Right out of nowhere. A nice little tactic. And black seems to be, if that's true, then black is definitely maintaining the balance here. We'll jump down to Talamantes star. And after knight b5, black plays queen c5. And now Albert's a very resourceful player. Look at this queen c5 attacking the rook at g1. And now knight f4, and suddenly black is getting all this activity. Does rook e8 check work? We'll see. It was played. Ooh, is that looks like a loss of time to go back, but then the back rank is weak, and so is the e3 square, and Albert's getting a dark square initiative here. And Albert loves to trade pieces. Yeah. But this is a nice double attack on e1, b2, and h4. And you get and f3. That just shows you the power of the queen. You know, it's like one move attacking 5 pieces. So Abel's got to give up something. You cannot defend against something as mighty as that without giving up something. And so let's see, what's the safest move? Because it looks to me like white is got to be careful here now. He's only up 1 pawn. I think he's blown his advantage. That's what it looks like to me. I'm sorry to say that, but Albert has proved to be incredibly resourceful here. And it looks to me like black is sort of taking over the initiative even. However, if Abel keeps his head, should be able to hold this, I think. Try to trade queens, maybe with queen e2 or something like that, and stay centralized. Take that pawn on d6 with the knight, and try to hold the fort. And white should be okay. But what a comeback by Albert! Just really nice. Yeah, rook e2, queen f1 check. I was looking at that, and if queen d1, bishop takes b2 check, or even queen takes f3. This is not easy. This is no longer at all easy for white. If I'm white, I think I'd be thinking about a draw here. Wow. All right, let's get back down to the second board. One of the most interesting games, actually, of this round. He played queen b8 check, and after bishop c8, he played queen to d6, and black played f5. That is a move we didn't even think about, because it's suicidal. I think that's why it just looks like it's no good, right? After e takes f6, queen d8, not quite working here. All right, so take on f6, and now what about rook e6 check, or bishop takes c8 and then rook e6? Black, how can black survive this? Well, and then there's the question of taking the rook in the corner, which is what he did. All right, checks, took the rook in the corner, but black got the bishop at b7. He comes back here, and now black has got the crude threat of queen takes b6 and white defends, and now d4, I guess, is going to be played, and then white will probably see it. Play f3. You never know what's going to happen. Well, I mean, white's better, clearly, the exchange up. Maybe had a chance for something a little better here in this back here after knight f6. It would surprise me if rook e6 check wasn't crushing, or maybe bishop takes c8 followed by rook e6 check. Although, just looking at it, I can't quite see the forced win. So, it's a funny game. What? Oh, I'm going to take a look at that now. I'm jumping back to Albert Starr. Okay, so Abel played rook e2, and queen f1 check was played, like I said, and king c2. And now, is Albert going to play rook takes f3? Oh, but then rook e8 check probably holds. Then rook e8 check. Yeah. That's Albert, maybe, yeah. That's a swindle, for sure. That's a swindle. Rook f3, rook e8 check.
Queen A1.
Queen a1 threatens, queen takes b2 check. This is a risky position for white, for sure. And
He's very aggressive.
Albert's an interesting player, you know. He's definitely, look at this bishop e5 move. Centralizing the
Oh
bishop.
my God. Number 10. He didn't see it, man.
And let's see what happened here. Andrew Ballantyne. Let's take a look at this.
He just took the foul.
Oh no.
Oh,
White fell for mate in one
amen. No way.
with over an hour on the clock left. Incredible. Black hasn't played queen takes g2 mate yet, but
You better see that, right?
well, that's why he played d4, I imagine.
I don't think he was protecting the rook.
Amazing. And with over an hour left on the clock,
Again.
White falls into mate in one. Does Black see it? He must. I'm going to, and he does see it. What a tragedy. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Now that's a lesson for young Andrew, to look before you leap. I mean, yeah, you've got to be careful. You can't just assume that your opponent is overlooking something and take a pawn in the middle of the board and then just take a look around afterwards. This is the kind of lesson that should stick with you, I think. You know, your opponent is also playing the game and wants to beat you. Okay, so Elliot did play d5. Let's take a look at this. After c4, he went back with the king and then played d5. So my question is, I mean, what about c5 here? It's double-edged because White's going to try to make a pass pawn on the queen side, but Black, on the other hand, has a chunk of the center and can play for f5, f4, and maybe hold off the pawn advance with the knight. So d5 is a good move, I guess, by Elliot. I like it. I guess it's the right move, the right approach. And White's just hanging in there with b3. All right. Not sure about this. And the kings move up into the board. This looks equal. It looks to me like both players would be risking a lot to play for a win here, but I mean, Black has this nice wedge in the center, but White has this potential to make a pass pawn on the queen side, and so it's dangerous. It's a dangerous position, and the bishop is a nice long range piece, so Black has got to be careful here. I'm not sure how the right way to proceed here is for this. Tough little end game here on board 1. All right, board 2. White, after queen b7, White plays e5, and that just seems, I can't, how can that be good? It gives up the light squares and also makes the bishop at b2 weak. Yeah, I don't like e5. I would have preferred White playing something like f3 to sort of maintain that this looks wrong to me. The only advantage that I can see is that White might be trying to quickly exploit like the c6 square, like if knight d5, knight takes d5, rook d5, knight c6 or something like that. But I don't think so. I think this gives up too many squares in the center. I don't like it. I don't like this move. Especially don't like it because it puts the pawn on the same color as the bishop at b2. Let's take a look at this game where after bishop h3, black played d5, which was my original thought here. Knight e6 looks just speculative at this point. Although it's possible. Knight e6 takes, bishop e6, king h8, g6. I don't believe it. I think knight e6 just looks like speculation here. Although Michael Walder is suggesting that it looks like a good move. Knight e6, fe, bishop e6, king h8, then what? Castles? Maybe castles? Just going for broke. Trying to play g6 and open everything up there fast. I don't know. It's a possibility. Nicholas is that kind of player that he'll play it if there's something to it. And white played knight e2 instead of queen e2, and black plays rook d8. This could turn really bad for black. Here, bishop with bishop f6. Positionally, black is not looking so great here. He's got to get his pieces on better. Queen g5 and knight g4 or something. I don't know. Oh, you got to watch out for the back rank. A little cat and mouse going on here. Take cat and mouse chess. Tom and Jerry chess. And on board 5, we've got d5. This devastating d5 move was played. White took on h6. Black takes on e4, and this is really going black's way here, I think. Queen takes c4, and black continues to open up, and these rooks are so powerful looking on the e-file now. King f1, queen d7, preparing queen h3. Oh my gosh. Does white have a defense to that? So back here, I mean, if white played knight f3, then rook was come down on e2 check. You can just, with the queen coming in on the light squares, next move, it's just going to be over. I think white is lost here, and this position white is in serious trouble here. A classic Benoni style attack here. And let's see how Clemens is doing here. Okay, so after c5, knight a6 was played. And white took aim at the weak b6 pawn by trading and playing queen b3. And black threw knight b4, and because a3 can be met by bishop d5. And that's what I didn't see earlier. Black is using some tactics to keep his position together, and it's starting to look kind of attractive for black a little bit here. Rook c7, bishop d5. Bishop d5 is going to be a nice move for black. a3, bishop d5, queen e3 maybe. Maybe white still got a pull. I think white still has the pull here. And this position is still just lost for black. And this is Kevin's son, who played bishop takes e5, and black missed queen g5. That is so bizarre. It's so funny that he missed queen g5 here. Threatening mate and the bishop at e5, forcing bishop to g3, and then black could take the exchange in the corner. Amazing. And maybe bishop g2 was also possible, but bishop queen g5 is clearly the move. So he plays bishop e5, rook e5, queen d6, d4. All right, so he plays a positional game as well instead. But this is not easy. Even though white has the d4 weakness, white still won a pawn. And bishop takes g2 here, because if king takes g2, queen e5. So that's what Michael's talking about. And bishop g2 looks like a very, very good move. And white's advantage is 0 if black is better there. Let's take a look at Telemantes star. Bishop e5 was a really good move, and Abel is in the think tank here, what to do. Maybe knight g6 and queen d4 check. Rook d2 threatening knight g6. Okay. Yeah, you got to make that knight work. Make it do something, as Nick would say. My colleague Nick DeFermian would say. All right. This game entered mate on the board. We're going to go back up to board 1, where white, after king e7, b3, temporarily played b3, but then just went for the pawn advance. And we're getting a very interesting, unbalanced position here with white able to make a passed pawn on the queen side, but black having this clump of pawns in the middle here. And does black's knight, yeah, black is going to get this clump of pawns, and that's what I'm going to call them, a clump. And it's unbalanced. Maybe better for black. With white is able to sort of make a threat on the queen side, but black is well prepared to deal with that here. I'm liking black a little bit better maybe in this position. So after e5, knight e5, white plays the tactical. White plays for tactics here. I mean, so black can try to keep it simple here with something like knight takes c3, and then rook takes d1. I think black should be okay here. Yeah, I think you're right that in Elliott's game that if black plays a6, I mean white still will have what I mean about a passed pawn is the potential, of white creating a passed pawn, but a6 and taking on b5, it opens a road for the white king into b4, a5. Of course, then black can play knight e6. So I think you're right. I think black is holding here on the queen side. But whether he can do anything in combination with that to get something going on the king side is still open to question here. I don't think it's quite enough for black probably to win here. Yeah, knight e6 makes sense. And then what can white try? White can try a5. Or he can try b5 and then a5. And that looks pretty scary. I mean, if you ask me. There'll be all sorts of ways for white to sort of create a pawn going through over there on the queen side. This was a good decision by white to play c5, I think. At least superficially it looks that way. I mean, white will have 3 pawns abreast of each other on the 5th rank there against two pawns. And there'll be the possibility of playing b6 or a6 or some combination of c6 and b6 and a6, or it's scary for black. That's an interesting idea. So play a6 and if b5, a5. That's very interesting. If black can think of a way of stopping white on the queen side, then he can think himself of trying to do something on the king side. But what is that going to be? That's going to be an issue too. I want to see a few more moves, and then we'll see what happens here. All right. White plays knight c6. So, all right, queen c6, knight d5 doesn't look right. So, I'm going to assume that black is going to try something like knight takes c3. And there's various possibilities. I mean, black could, after knight takes c3, white could play maybe rook d8 check, or knight e7 check, queen e7, rook d8, and then taking on a6. So this has gotten a little bit, and then the black knight could return to d5. So if black can hold on here, he's going to be doing very well, I think. And we've got the opinion that black should keep his pawn on a7. Probably a good idea for black not to move pawns over there on the queen side. It's hard to believe that white is worse here. It's possible that white is better here. Back up to this game where white plays f4, the incredible f4 against d5, and does this hang the e4 pawn? Does this hang the e4 pawn? I guess it does. And then what's white going to do? Castle or something? Or play f5? I think white's getting disjointed here. I'm liking black more and more here. D takes e4, then knight e6, and f e6, bishop e6, king h8, bishop d7, but then rook d8. So d takes e4, knight e6, f e6, bishop e6, king h8, bishop d7, rook d8. Then bishop b6. Yeah, I just saw that myself. Bishop b6. Oh, Lord. Then maybe queen d5. Is white up a pawn in that position? So maybe knight c5. Okay. What a complicated game. Just a complicated position. h5. Whoa. There's something about that move I just don't believe in that move. I mean, h3 is a perfect move for black, for white here. Or maybe bishop f6 first. I like white. I think white should be able to find a. Abel has. Does Abel have a chess coach? Everyone here is Abel's chess coach. We're all giving him a good lesson. c5 and playing the bishop to d4. That's an interesting plan. I don't like giving black a free hand on the king side, though. If I'm white, I want to break through in the middle or on the queen side. Bishop f6 just looks right. It looks right. This is going to be positionally busted for black if just in a very simple way. If black can't mate white, then this is just going to be bad. I like bishop f6. Now you can just take on d5 and then sidestep after c takes d5, play something like queen b2. And then black is just suffering here in this position, positionally. Yeah, tough position. Bishop f6 gets my vote of approval. Queen d7, white is still, possibly white resigned here, I think. The clocks have stopped. And my guess is that white has resigned on board, what is this, board 5. Unstoppable threat of queen h3 check. Okay, which leaves us to this game. And this was this game where black was getting some play here, and white sidestepped some problems with bishop d5 or something like that by playing knight d2. But does that hang the d4 pawn? No, because the pawn on e6 is hanging. So bishop g2, and structurally, white is still, black is got some pawns that are subject to attack here. d6 and b6 and e6 all look kind of weak. But black has the move, and this is his chance to try to, find something constructive. Maybe f4 here, or something like that. This is a critical position for black. He needs to find some good moves here, or otherwise he could really be in some trouble. But we're going to let that be his choice. And this is, again, white is still winning. He's taking his time, but he's still a piece up. And this is bishop g2 was found. And this is where I'm seeing this is where we're seeing in these lower sections, like in the under 1800 sections. Actually, this game is from the second board in the under 2000 sections. We're going to see players more likely to see, especially experienced players like Marty Cortinas, are more likely to see tactics. Not all the time, but they're going to see them more than maybe half of the time. And a tactic like this is a nice tactic. King G2, Queen takes E5. And this move really busts White's position open a lot. And Black is better now, for sure. And back to Tellamenta Star. After Bishop E5, White played Queen D2. And that threatens Queen takes H6. So I got to approve of that. Albert defends with Rook F6. And Abel's back in the think tank. I mean, Rook takes E5 is close to a forced draw, maybe. Takes, Queen D8 check, King E7, Queen E7 check, and if Rook F7, Queen takes E5 check, and then Black could try to slip out a perpetual check, but it's going to be difficult for Black to avoid the checks and to not just keep losing pawns right and left. But that would require some accurate calculation here. And it's a tough position. Abel may have to make a decision like that to play Rook E5. And the game's got critical. Albert's pieces are really active here. Bishop on E5, the Queen on F1. And Rook E5, Queen C4 check that's a move. Yeah, it's true. Didn't see that one. Knight C3, D takes E5, Queen D8 check, King G7. The Queen can come back and defend too, yeah. Tough for Abel here all of a sudden. Albert is a resourceful player. Seen it over and over and over again. And finally on the second board of that game, ended in an unfortunate mate. Okay, so Abi Penegal Padi versus Winslow, and Elliot is, he's moving to the left, he's moving to the right, he's moving to the. Surely this is nothing for Black here, and nothing for White as well. I think, White could make the mistake of overpressing maybe and allowing the position to get blocked on the queen side. Black would love the position to get blocked on the queen side somehow, and then be able to start playing moves like F4 and G5 or G5 and G4, or find some way in here. I'd say the position looks equal. All right, now if I'm White and I want to try to win, I've got to start off with something like F3, and then take on E4, and if Black takes back with the F pawn, play Bishop G4 and try to come around that way, or find some way in over on the king side with my king. But it's far-fetched. If White starts with F4, then yeah. If White starts with F4, that just leaves Black with a protected passed pawn at E4. Surely nobody's going anywhere at that point. So I'd say this position is even, with both players can play for the loss if they want to. That's going to be up to the fighting spirit. How much do you want to lose this game? And I agree with Michael that white probably has some chances, maybe some slight chances with playing, maybe trying to butter black up on the king side a little bit or something like that. And this, yeah, I mean, it's not quite a walk in the park yet for either player. And black is still thinking here. Okay, let's try to figure this out. All right, the threat is knight takes d8. So if black can't play queen c6 because of knight d5. So let's get realistic here. Let's start with knight takes c3 because that looks like the move that makes the most sense. If rook takes c3, protecting the knight, then it seems to me that black can play rook takes d1, and then after queen takes d1, just move the knight, and he plays knight takes c3. That looks like the right move. And black is, all right, so this is going to be a slightly better minor piece after knight e7, queen e7, bishop c3. Luckily for white, there's some weaknesses on the queen side, like that b6 pawn, and white can play bishop d4 maybe. Okay, so rook d8. I was looking at that too. Rook d8, and if rook takes d8, then knight e. Okay, rook d8, rook takes d8. And then bishop c3. No, because then queen takes c6 and queen takes a6. I mean, that's possible. And if white, okay, so white plays knight e7 check, probably would have been the same thing. Queen e7, and now we're going to get this bishop versus knight thing with black. White is a little bit lucky to have some of this weak pawn at b6 to sort of work against. If the black knight can get to d5, black is going to be much better here. So that's going to be the problem here. Can black get the knight to d5 before white is able to drum up some counterplay here? And e5 is going to really hurt. So queen d8 looks forced because if rook d8, queen a6, and I think, oh, then rook d1, no. I think queen d8 is the right move here. It looks more it looks like the most solid move. Rook takes d8, queen a6, knight d5 is impossible. Oh yeah, that's possible too. In fact, that might even be the right way to play. Rook takes d8. And then rook takes c3. And then knight b4, and black starts to get the knight to d5. Black's a little better. Whether he's able to do something with it in the next move or two is going to be the question. Now let's take a look at Wang. Oh wow, these kids are just wow. E5. Black is just blowing the game wide open with this move, folks. We've got a real tactical slugfest. So knight f5, though. Doesn't that threaten the bishop at e7 right away with check? All right, this is the players just slugging it out here. Knight f5, rook e8, maybe? I mean, that doesn't look that bad for black. White's on the verge of some kind of collapse. Both players are. Knight f5 is crushing, huh? Huh, why? Rook e8. I guess it looks good. I mean, it does, but is it crushing? Rook e8. What, then castles? I don't think it looks crushing. Knight f8, knight f5, rook e8, knight f5, bishop c5 might be playable, although I don't like giving the chance. I like being an armchair analyst because we can make predictions and then take them back. We can just be like, that didn't quite work. Oh well. I like rook e8, getting that, getting the rook into play on the e file, and saying, go ahead, take my bishop on e7. Knight e7, rook e7. Then if e takes d5, e takes f4, and the rook is working like a madman. All right, this game has really gotten heated up. Let's take a look at Richard Liu, who's just playing a simple, yeah, he throws in h3, which is a useful move anyway. Queen g5, and then just takes on d5. And this is just looking, now if c takes d5, white could even think about playing rook takes c8. And then rook c8, king g7, rook d8, take the d5 pawn. Black is just miserable in that position, I think. I don't like black. Black is really not in this game doing very well. This game was resigned, obviously, and this is black trying to cover his weaknesses here. And doing a pretty good job of it too. Black has done a good job of defending this position. It's been difficult going, but he's done a good job so far. You can't say the same for black here. He's just still losing this game. White could have gone king d3. Looks a little... Still winning for white, clearly. It's been winning all along. Bishop takes g2 was just a shot out of white's now just barely holding on with this queen c3 move. I expect the black bishop to return somewhere like a8 or b7, and white's just in shock here from this move, bishop g2. And Abel is still thinking after rook f6. That's not a good sign. His position is tough here. Albert, I've got to give him credit for being so resilient in this game. This game ended in mate. We saw that back up to board one, where Elliott's risking a lot, I think. Well, we'll see. If black can play g4, then white can think about maybe, well, no, white won't be able to bring his king around to f4, because black will just stop it with knight e6, I suppose. It's risky for black to play f4 because of bishop g4 check, and the bishop comes around to maybe attack the c8 pawn. This is still a double-edged game here, which is kind of a little bit hard to call. I think both players have to be careful. They could, black maybe a little bit more so than white, because of this 3 pawns to 2 on the queen side means that white has a passed pawn at will over there, and black has to be careful about overextending himself. All right, back to board 2. And now, if black can put his knight on d5 and then he'll be, and then white not be able to do anything on the queen side, black is going to be better here, and that's a large part due to this his having played pawn to e5 earlier, which I criticized harshly, if you don't remember. I assume white can play f4 is in that other position, not on board in this game. And maybe white should play f4 here, but he plays b5. All right, so I think black should not play f4 here. I mean, maybe, but that allows bishop g4 check, and the bishop is assisting on the other side of the board as well. I mean, this is a lot of danger for black here. On the other hand, what's white going to do? How's white going to break through here? With a5 and then maybe c6 check, b takes c6, b6. It could happen. Could something that would be very scary for black. Some breakthrough on the queen side. Even a5 and b6 would be scary for black, because after black takes, white could take back with the c pawn, and then maybe be able to play moves like bishop a6 or pawn a6 or something. I still think the game is in equal sort of equality. All right, this game is still going, and knight f5, rook e8 was played. I like rook e8. Well, I recommended it earlier, but this game is just like boiling over here, with potential for both players. Should be good for somebody. Like, what about f takes e5? And if knight takes e5, bishop b6 traps the queen? No, it doesn't. Queen b5. Also, black has knight f3 check. I don't think f takes e5 looks like the right move. E takes d5. Black plays e takes f4 and starts opening up the middle of the board. So it makes sense to castle. But if you castle, then black could maybe play d4 or take on e4 or even take on f4. This game is just is a wild, wild west here. I'm flabbergasted. I'm not sure what's going on. I think black is in the tank here because black has a poor position. And we saw the end of this game, and this is black playing a good game here, covering his weaknesses. And the game looks kind of equal now. Black is making, his last stand here with his desperate pawn push here, but white looks like he can just play e6 and make a queen in a couple of moves. and Cortines is still thinking. I would just suggest bishop b7 or bishop a8 and then threatening to take on d4. I'm not sure what the problem is here. Black is much better. And Talamentes star has gone, whoa, okay, so white played rook e5 after all that, and queen takes c4 check was played. The king went back to b1, he took, white played queen d8 check, queen takes e5, and black checked. White had to play king back to c1, check, and Albert's in his element here. Still, it's definitely black for choice here. Abel has been bamboozled. Black is probably winning this now, I would say. And this game ends in mate, and we're back up to board one, where Elliot is thinking. Okay. And rook takes e5, the comment is that, yeah, rook a5 was impatient, but his position was getting kind of in trouble here. All right, so black brings the knight back to c7 to play to d5. He didn't want to play to b4 because of bishop a3. So, of course, white could play bishop a3 here. But that wouldn't do much. Queen a3, rook c7, queen takes b3. All right, so I mean, to me, this looks clearly better for black now. That knight is coming to d5, and white is going to be almost without play. And this is like exactly the kind of thing that white had to try to avoid in this. And we could almost have predicted this when back here when white played e5. And to go back right here, I think white could have maybe dealt with some of his problems in the middle by playing f3. Bishop c5 can be met by knight c to b5, and we've got a very complicated game here. But the right move is f3, and e5 is a positional mistake. And white tries to sort of bluff his way out with a bunch of tactics, but black sticks to the strategic theme here of putting the knight on d5, and he's clearly in the driver's seat now. And white can try to play f4, f5, but that's usually leads to just disaster for the white side. Interesting. All right, in this game, the game that nobody can understand, white takes time out to play bishop g2. I don't understand this move. There's so much about this game I haven't understood so far. And Michael Michael in the comment here, it says, so it was 97 that was the bad move here. But I'm still not sure that white can prevent black from getting some kind of better position here. But anyway. Bishop to g2. This is like the chess game that time forgot here. players seem to be playing by feel. I mean, what's wrong with E takes F4 or D takes E4? G takes E4. Bishop F8 even looks like a good move here. All right, we'll go back to that game one more time. So here, knight takes C6, knight C3, rook takes D8. I guess just rook takes D8. And then knight E7, queen E7, queen A6. And then I can go back to D5. I still don't see it. Oh, I'm getting something coming up on my thing here. All right. All right. I'm going to take a quick break here and let our the tournament director and board 9 explain his actions. This is my boss Abel Telementis is about to join, and I'm going to go get a drink of water and take a 5 to 10 minute break here and let Abel take over.
Oh, wipe away the tears.
Okay, Abel.
What did you see? I thought I had the game. I thought I.
Yeah. It was around that point where you played. You should have thought about taking on D6 before his bishop came to E5 and
Yeah.
then right in the few moves
That was
before
early.
that, you faltered right then.
Like early or later?
Well, yeah,
We could play.
go back. Yeah.
We go-
So let's take a
Yeah,
look
like-
at this.
Okay, this is where like I resigned. I lost the game.
Yeah.
But like I kind of felt like. Oops.
Yeah.
You gotta put the results.
Let me
Yeah.
get back. Like.
Okay. Yeah.
Even here, like I felt like.
Well, here you're starting to. This is black is getting great play here
Right.
already.
Yeah, because I can see that.
So let's go back
More?
a few more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Bishop D3 was a mistake.
Bishop D3.
For sure.
Yeah.
So go back to that
Even
position.
That. Okay, here.
All right. I like this. Rook G1, King H8. Now, what were we looking at? Queen D2 maybe.
Like yeah.
And start and put the and defending F4 and also attacking D6.
I was even thinking of like F5, just to clear for the
Right, but you don't want to give him all the dark squares. So
Yeah.
maybe Queen D2 here.
Queen D2.
Threatens D6. And so you want your bishop on the light squares and your queen on the dark squares kind of
Right.
thing. You know, you've got to have some dark square control here.
You were winning.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael. Hey, everyone.
All right.
Yeah. Go break. How's it going? Yeah, I thought I played a really good game until I wasn't anymore. Hey there. I think the Shriram's in the chat. Yeah, it was a good game. I thought I outplayed him in the opening, and thought I had a great attack, and then I just went wrong, and just misplayed it. And then even this rook check, when I went rook like to the end, it really wasn't what I wanted. And then I got to this point, and I considered trading off the rooks, but I didn't like that he had this attack at the end, like Queen G1, things like that. So yeah, here, and even here, it's I think I sat for like a half hour or 45 minutes on yeah, exactly. Mike, I sort of missed the activity his queen would have with that sack, with Queen C4, with check and what have you. and the fact that he could play the queen back to like f7, I didn't consider that at all. But I didn't like that bishop, and I thought at the very least the queen and knight working together, I thought I would be able to create some chaos. And but yeah, I just didn't. I just misplayed that. But it was a good game. It was an exciting game, and yeah, got a little bit of action. So this will be fun to put in the analysis and see what would happen. Let me mark my result here. I think in this game, Leon won. Yep, I believe. So let me put that result there, and then Albert Starr. Yeah, he's a good player. I was just talking to Juan right now that and Albert Starr beat Luis Uribe in the first round, and Luis Uribe shared first in the Bagby that we just had. So he can definitely play, and play he did. He got me today. So congrats, Albert Starr, who's actually doing our camp this week with Nick and Paul, and so paid off. So good job and good game. This is round 2 of the TNM. I have no idea how the other games have been going. Wow, Elliot Nabi already in an end game, 4-6, 4-6. I'm not even gonna try to figure out who's better here. What do you guys? Yeah. Probably better for black, I would think, because of the knight, but looks like white's going to get this pass pawn, but I don't know how strong it is. Check board 2 here. And we got a lot of chess coming up in the next few weeks. I don't know if Paul's put it in the chat, but let me put in the link to the Tuesday night marathon right here. So you can see the pairings and the standings. All the information you need is right there. The other thing too is the San Jose Chess Club is having a 5-round, 2-day open section FIDE rated tournament in Milpitas. The venue is beautiful. I was there myself last month or a couple months ago. Played a couple of rounds, and I'll be the chief TD of the tournament. So if you're interested, they got over 100 players already. The capacity is like 120. So if you want to get in on it, go ahead and click that link and register right away. Josiah Stearman among the entries, and WGM Carla Heredia also. So you want to play some chess, that's the place to be this weekend. And then for us, of course, shameless plug since I'm here. The weekend after that, we're gonna have another 1-day tournament, July 31st at the Mechanics Institute. Our last 1-day tournaments, our last 2, like 77 players, 73 players, and there it is, the Pavnutiev Memorial. So lots of chess action coming your way in the next few weeks, and we will all be a part of it. Man, time flies when you're playing. It's like 9 o'clock. I don't even know where that hour and a half went. And the game was like an hour and a half long. I think Albert Starr used like 10 minutes of it. He naturally plays quick, so he got it done. Here's a good match: Nicholas Wang and Chelsea on board 3. It looks at Nicholas Wang also shared first place this past weekend at the Bagby. Played a terrific game against Evan I that will be annotated in the newsletter. Put a blistering attack on Evan in round 3. And here he is against Chelsea, who's a really talented player. It's been getting better and better, and she was playing a lot of our our online stuff. So interesting position. Take a look at Kevin Sun's game here against Mechanics veteran Marty Cortinas. 5-5. Tight game here. And Andrew Ballantyne. Whoa, that game is definitely over. Mate on the board, so let me put the results of that game. 0-1. I'm going to give a big shout out to Juan Sendejas, Chess Sin Fronteras, for helping out with the DGT boards and the broadcast as always. Even got an extra rated game in today, except he lost. I mean, he had this like brilliant game against Chelsea last week, and then he hung a night in like first 10 minutes against Kevin Reese. So, you know, you take the good with the bad. What is up, everyone? What is whoever's watching? Any news? Anything going on? Anything to say? How's Paul doing? Paul doing okay? Any criticisms of Paul? Now's the chance. I think he's doing a great job, as always.
Okay.
Paul's back and ready, and I'll let him get. I try to refrain from analyzing as much as possible.
Did you refresh the results?
Yeah. So I recorded the results of everyone that had results.
Cool.
Let me look again because I was joking about the time. Yeah. So I used a good hour and a half, and Albert Starr used like 25 minutes.
Yeah, he moves too quickly. But
It worked.
But
So
you had him. You had him. He's resourceful.
He's resourceful.
Especially
Yeah.
counterpunching
I like
time.
my positional
Yeah, you
play,
had a
and then
great
it just,
game.
it just like went away. So anyway, all right.
Chess is frustrating.
You love it and then hate it.
Oh, isn't that the
Then you
truth
love it again.
out there, folks, in chess land? Chess is a frustrating, horribly frustrating, terrifying game where we just keep coming back and back for more and more punishment, it seems sometimes. There's been some developments in this game. I want to go through this again here. And a lot of developments actually. So let's see what happened here. We got this far. And the players are just determined to take action here. Nobody wants to stand still. And black plays b6. So there's all kinds of possibilities here. One is even playing, what was the, we'll go back to that in a second. Let's just look at this for a second here. Michael, what's going on here? Is a5 possible? Probably not. All right, let's make reasonable moves here. White's bishop is getting a little bit more freedom here with bishop h5. Black is playing with some fire here. Was b6 necessary? Probably, because if white plays b6, this could be problematic. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to put my chess thinking cap on. So Elliot's better after bishop h5, according to Michael. It's definitely going to be difficult for white to get a passed pawn now without sacking something. Black can play like f4 here, I suppose. He always has to watch out for pawn a5. Boy, this is a tough one still. All right, let's go back to the board too. And okay, looks like White's actually done quite well here. But Michael, you were looking at Rook c1, Queen b e5, knight d5, knight c6, and now Rook d8 check, right? Is that right? Rook d8 check. So, what happens after Rook d8? Say. Knight e7, Queen e7, Queen a6, Knight d5 is the same as the other position. Well, maybe we can talk about this at some other point, but oh, Rook. Okay, so let's see Rook g8, Rook g8, Rook c3. Rook g7, I see. And then knight e7, rook e7, bishop a3, rook e7. Huh. I see. Yeah, rook g8, I see. Rook takes d8 in this position. Rook takes d8. Rook takes d8. Rook takes c3. Aha. What if the rook goes back to a8? I guess knight e7, queen e7, queen b5 or something. Yeah. Well, I can't move the pieces, and I'm pretty hopeless if I can't, so I'm just taking a pot shot guess here. But yeah, I tend to agree with you. Let's see what happened in the game. Queen, rook d8, rook d8, rook c3, knight c7, and White played very actively with knight, queen b5. It looks to me like Black needs to make Luft here with h6 or something. But he plays queen d7 and gets rocked with rook d6. Did he overlook this move? And was queen g7 necessary? Let's say Black just plays h6 or h5. Is White going to play rook takes b6? That looks too risky to me. So there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors here with yeah, I'm trying to make Black have the better game here, but I see some issues here. Like if h5, rook d6 anyway, maybe, and rook takes d6, ed6, queen d6, queen f8 check. You know, Black is doing okay here. Now queen b8. But White is, somehow White got in here a little bit, and if he can put his bishop on d6, he's going to be no worse, probably. So after queen b5, I mean, Black doesn't have to do anything here. He can just play h5 right here or something here, with just slightly better chances, I suppose. Although White's going to play bishop d4 and target b6, so maybe it's not so clear cut as I thought. The pawn formation's a little bit weak for black on the queen side. And black is a little terrified, obviously, of losing a b6 pawn. Now he's going to play queen c6 and bring the king over, I suppose. Probably even. White's got a lot of activity here. All right, this game. This is the game of the century here. Knight f5, rook e8, bishop g2. I'm not sure about bishop g2. Black just took it. And white took on e7 and then played f5. I mean, black should be okay here, I think. And white's trying to sort of block up the center, and then roll into the king side here. Maybe bishop c6, and then knight b6. And if knight takes b6, queen b8, d8, rook e8, it's not working. Knight c6 and knight d4.
Add one result.
Okay, Abel's going to add a result. Yeah, I think white is doing well here. Right, that was definitely a win for black.
Yeah. Oops. Get that. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like white, this was an interesting strategy. Maybe black went wrong here by taking on e4 and should have taken on f4 and tried to blow open the center a little bit. Yeah, d takes e4 sort of played into white's hands a little bit here. f5. It is black's move here. And I still want to get those pieces out. And I'm beginning to see that it's looking a little better and better and better for what about queen d5 maybe? And try to trade queen. Oh, then queen takes b4. Whew. This was very cleverly done by Nicholas, actually. And on bishop g2, it was maybe correct to take on f4 here and blow the position open a little bit and stop this plan of Nicholas's. All right. The consensus is that white is much better here. And let's see how this game has gone. Bishop f6. We were really liking white's game here. And white's now winning a pawn. Black didn't take back with the pawn. Queen takes c8 check would be winning, although queen b2 looks very strong as well. So black just pitches a pawn here and is just got a horrible game. A pawn down with nothing to show for it. All right. We had a result here. Of course, white resigned. And in this game, again, black has played some very careful defense here. And it is holding this position nicely here. There's a little pressure on the c file, but black is going for counterplay instead with f4. All right. This has been a well-played game by both players, carefully played. And black finally gave up in this game. And we've had some developments here. After queen to c3, black did retreat the bishop on the diagonal. White overprotected the d pawn. Black switched to the c file, and black is clearly better, and white has got to be very careful here. Challenging down the diagonal looks correct, although black is still much better here. And decides, I mean, in this kind of position, you almost think about maybe trying to switch the rook over to the king side for black, but this he's going for the loss with queen d5. Not good. Okay. First white is tactically unaware, and now black is tactically unaware. And this wins a rook. Tragic outcome here. King g7, just simply queen takes d5, and black can resign. This is yeah, queen d5 was a terrible mistake. What should he have played? Just about anything else. b5, king g7, maybe. All right, Kevin seizes the chance with this nice little tactic. The players are a little punch drunk here. These are both A players and probably should know a little better. You know, Kevin fell into this, you know, bishop, sort of elementary bishop takes g2 move here, and after which his game becomes critical, and white sort of holds on a little bit here, and Kevin, and then when presented with the opportunity, wham, hits him with rook e8 check, winning a rook.
Wow.
So both players made some mistakes in this game, and we're going to record this for posterity.
Yeah, what a win.
Yeah,
Whammo.
he made the last mistake, the second to last mistake is the often.
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Is that it? Does it go? Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So he lost a rook and was forced to resign. Let's go. We know that Abel Telamentis lost this game to Albert Starr, who really knows his stuff when it comes to converting an advantage. And he's a good counterattacker. This game we saw ended in checkmate. Back up to board one. Back up to board one. And I guess black is a little better here. Black needs to somehow win the a4 pawn, but the knight can't really get to it. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Looking a little better for black, but how can he break through? Can he play g4, knight g5, and knight h3? That might be the ticket, folks. Oh, am I seeing a way forward for black here? g4, bishop g6. Maybe that wasn't so good. Okay, well then f4. No, that's not gonna be good, I don't think. I think we're seeing a position that's just, there's just maybe f4. And if g takes f4, knight takes f4, trying to play knight d3 and knight takes f2, or knight h3 and knight takes f2. There we go. Okay, so f4 is the obvious move. With some chances for black. g4, Michael, doesn't work, right? Bishop g6. f4 takes, knight f4, bishop f5. Knight h3, bishop g4, knight f2. It's not enough to win, I don't think. Black's got some various tries here. And White has to sort of organize some play against b6. His pieces are really well placed, though. This is no longer looking like a clear path for black here. Maybe if black can play rook c8 and infiltrate down the c file. Tough little game here. And this game, let's see. Chelsea is thinking. She's in the tank here, maybe having made a slip up in her evaluation of this position, which seems to be sort of heading into white's towards a white advantage here. After bishop g2, it was probably better to play bishop f8 or take on f4 here. Maybe bishop f8 is the right move. Keep that bishop and for defense on the king side, and keep the option of opening up the middle. Because what happened is she took on e4, and white cleverly switched things up by taking and then playing f5. This looks better for white now. All right, we're going to move on in San Francisco. And this is just such a thankless position for black. Okay. And black has handled himself very well in this game, in somewhat difficult circumstances. I'm still going to praise his play. He has weaknesses that have been covered. He's managed to be active, creating a little some ideas with f4 here. Still a tough uphill battle for both players. And the bottom four boards, we know what happened. We'll go through them one last time quickly. Well, we can see the games have been looked at already quite a bit here. And black plays f4, bishop g4. So if white takes on e6, if white is allowed to take on e6, neither player should be able to get anywhere. I mean, black king can't go too far over to the king side without allowing a5 and queening a pawn. If black takes on g3, he gets a protected pass pawn on e3 and on e4, and that's guaranteed a draw. Well, let's take a look at that. F takes g3, F takes g3. I want to play knight g7 with the idea of playing knight f5 if the book. Okay, Elliot finds some crazy breakthrough here. What is going on? Wow. Okay, so if white, I think white doesn't want to take on e3 because of f takes g3, and that's going to win the white bishop. Bishop f3, knight f4, and g2. So white has to take on f4, right? But then black takes on f2, and the same issue of this pawn maybe costing white his bishop. Has Elliott found the golden move here? You know, between my own brain and Michael's comments, I still can't figure out what's going on here, which is a pretty funny, a sad state of affairs. You know, if G takes f4, E takes f2, and then the bishop goes back to e2 or hd, and black takes on f4 with the knight, but that's still, the white bishop can go back to f1. Oh, then black has another passed pawn. Yeah. So he takes on e3, and black takes on g3, and then bishop h3, and then knight f4, and wins the bishop. Right? F takes e3, f takes g3, forces bishop back. But then knight f4. Oh no, I can't. You can't play knight f4 because the pawn's on e3. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes. There's a pawn on e3, exactly. What about g4? Bishop back, and then knight g5. He plays it. So f takes g3. Black has two passed pawns. Is Elliott playing for the loss here? We were afraid that this might happen. So f takes g3, bishop h3, g4, bishop g2, then knight g5 and knight e4. But that's not going to be enough to get anywhere, is it? I think Elliott's just kind of playing a little blindly here, maybe. F takes g3 is forced now. I mean, he's already said A, he has to say B. F takes g3, bishop h3. We're going to see this work in play here. When did Winslow miss g4? Right here? Or in this position? Instead of f4 was g4. Was that the right move? Maybe g4 with the idea of knight g5 and knight and then knight h3. Okay, let's quickly jump down to board 2. And White's getting this nice counterplay by targeting b6. So, okay. I no longer believe that black has much here in this game. And Chelsea is still thinking about her move after f5, and I think that's starting to show that black is in a little bit of trouble here and starting to slip into some time pressure as well. And this is Ako is about to lose the f6 pawn as well, and I don't want to look at that too much because it's quite painful for the black side. And this is Clemens Giargo. Nice knight on d5. This has really been a titanic struggle here. And black is maintaining the balance here. Michael claiming that Chelsea is busted in that game. We're going to go right back up to board one here and see the position here with Elliot thinking about his move. How about maneuvering the knight to h4? Knight g7 to f5 to h4. What's wrong with that? Knight g7. Black has that pawn at g3 is so far advanced. It's scary, scary, scary stuff here. Elliot, there's something about Elliot's intuition that's looking sort of right here. That somehow there should be a way to use the knight and g4 and knight g5, but then wait, maybe knight f3 to h4. Yeah, I think there might be a way to win the bishop here. g4, bishop back, and then knight g5, knight f3, knight h4, and g2. Something. It looks like it takes forever, but it might actually work. I'm gonna run over to board two here, where black is just, holding on to this kind of minuscule edge here. And maybe it's not even an edge anymore. He wants to play rook c8 and use his pieces on this diagonal, on the a8 h1 diagonal. Black finally played knight c6 to develop a piece, and white simply took on e4. Whether that was simply a good move or not, I'm not sure. At least black has finally mobilized her forces, and white's ready to castle though. And with the two bishops and moves like f6 coming up, black needs some good moves here. Queen c7 is a good looking remaneuver. It protects the bishop on b7, gets the queen off of that a5 square, and sort of puts all the pieces together. I really like that move. Also prepares knight d4 maybe. And this position, this game is still looking sharp, and I'm not so sure that Chelsea is busted as Michael has said in the chat. And this is a really nice move, Queen c7. Trying to integrate the black's forces here. And remember, now black's looking better developed than white. White needs a castle here, but then black has got moves like knight d4. and if bishop takes b7, queen b7, bishop d4, e d4, I don't know. Yeah, queenside castling looks like the right move. Aaron Craig, I agree. Although, you know, there's something to be said about kingside castling, and it looks a tiny bit safer, or maybe it's not safer after knight d4. I think black is really itching to play knight d4 here. And yeah, I think white, yeah, but you have to agree Chelsea's played a good game to pull this sort of together here. And this is not looking nearly as clear-cut as it sort of did a move or two ago. Knight c6 was a good move. And maybe white should have thrown in f6 right now and to bust open the king side. Bishop e4 is certainly tempting, though. But queen c7, I like that. It really integrates the position. Yeah, I was looking at that too. If castles knight d4, bishop d4, I'm sorry, castles knight d4, bishop b7, queen b7, bishop d4, e d4, queen d4. It's black's move. White does have the idea of playing f6. Does black have some shot in that position? You know, Parabolistics, hello. Hello to you. Hello to everybody joining us here in San Francisco for round 2 of the Tuesday night tournament live at the club in downtown San Francisco, 57 Post Street. The oldest chess club in the United States is putting on the Ritz here. Getting back to pre-pandemic chess. Yeah, I mean white should castle here, clearly. All right. I want to jump back up to board 1 because this game really is getting fascinating endgame here. F3, bishop g2, and now I'm assuming knight g5 with the idea of playing knight f3 and knight h4 and then winning that bishop. And then after you win the bishop, you can queen the other g pawn. Okay, Elliott goes knight g7. So his idea is to play knight f5 and knight h4 and g2. And that's another sort of way to go about it. g5, f3, h4. This is f5 and h4. It's actually a move faster if it's viable. What can white do here? Elliott's doing well here. I think somehow I see this is getting in. This is starting to turn into black's favor. E4. I like the E4 move. Black should definitely take on E4. I would suppose bishop takes E4 and then knight H5. Here we go to play knight F4. And now, I mean, white's getting desperate here. I think white starting to make some mistakes maybe back here when he played Excuse me while I make all sorts of strange mistakes here. White heads back to d3. Okay, so if white puts his king on f1 and says to black, what are you going to do? That's another question entirely. So that's looks like the attitude that white is taking here. So knight f5, king e2. And then if knight h4, king f1. And then white can try black can try knight f3, and then where does black go from there? Yeah, okay. Let's go to board 2, and black busting out with pawn to b5. So a b5, queen b5, rook c8 check, king h7, and then rook takes b8, and black can't have much there. Queen c2, g6 check is also possible, and then probably rook takes b8 anyway. And white has played very well here to sort of be active. And some of these games we're seeing some good defensive play on these top boards, which is what I would expect from the top 3 boards. That the games are really tough and not easy to call here. See, f6 just doesn't look good for white here now. All right, so on castles, maybe black plays rook c8 here. On castles queenside, maybe rook c8 with the idea of playing knight d4. And then I think white may probably maintain an advantage by playing queen d6 and just going for a queen exchange in that position. So castles, rook c8, queen d6. Positional, sort of going for just an advantage in the end game with 2 bishops. White's still on top. But queen c7 was a good move, and it's forced white to step back and think here, which is a good thing because white looked like was starting to seize control, but things have changed. And this is just getting worse and worse and worse for Eiko Hidari against Richard Liu. And finally, wow, we have a sacrifice here. So yes, after white tries to dislodge the knight by playing knight c3, which is completely logical. Black takes, and then strikes with knight f4. Well, I somehow don't believe it. G takes f4. I mean, it's got that nice, tall, speculative quality about it. Rook takes f4, and then doubling rooks or something like that. It's probably what might be needed in this position, because if he doesn't play it and just plays something like knight takes c3, then black is left with these weaknesses on the queen side, and d6 and e6, and he doesn't want to go gentle into that good knight and plays knight f4. And I admire the fighting spirit, forcing white to, sort of put up with an attack here. I mean, and it could be a good attack as well. Lots of threats. Queen h4, rook g4 check, rook d f8, queen g5. Yikes. Yeah, okay, gf4, rook f4, rook d3. I guess so. And you bring your other rook around to f8. All right, I do like this. This is quite a speculative looking sacrifice. Yeah, the players are often in these situations like this situation. This is a classic situation where there's another move that I'm thinking here, and maybe that's knight e3, but that doesn't look quite right. Fe3, queen g5, knight e4 defends everything. Although queen g4, yeah, it's not going to work. But you're faced with these situations where, like, okay, I could go into passive mode by taking on c3 and then defending on b6 or something like that. Or I can say, this is not the way to play chess. The way to play chess is with, panache and a risk taking. That's the way you win chess games. That's the way you fight when you play chess. And if you really see that there's nothing else to be done, then you've got to play a move like knight f4. If it's the move that gives you the counter chances.
Board 2 draw.
Okay, and we had let me see what happened on board 2 really quickly. Some moves were played. This was a well-played game, particularly by white, who got into some trouble here. And we had this kind of all right. This was white got a little, did well to get out of some trouble there.
Two strong players, too.
Yeah. And we're going to mark the results, which was a draw. And now we've just taken a look at a few more games here in the great Mechanics Institute Chess Club. So knight h4, white decides that he's just going to mark time here. And where's black going? Oh, he's going to play knight c4, knight b2, and take on a4. This game could have a long way to go, folks. Lots of interesting. Those knights are tricky. Okay, so we're going to the Guy Argo game, really jumping down here. So black could just play queen f7 instead. Okay, knight f4 is a little bit off the rails. That's okay. That's okay. I like to see this stuff. And Michael's recommending just queen f7 here and saying black might even be a little bit better. You can see what he's worried about. White defends f2, and he's still got this pressure on b6, and maybe he's sensing something that now is the time to show like Tall did that 2 + 2 = 5. Okay. Let's run back up to board 1 and see this. Winslow trying to play knight c4, knight b2, and knight takes a4 here. The crafty Winslow. This game is going to be won by a single tempo, with white either drawing or black winning on the queen side. Ad Faust just got home, and I forgot who you are. I forgot who you are, Ad Faust. This game ended in a draw, as we know, and so now we are following Adam Stafford. Okay, Adam. Rook. Okay, so after Queen c7, White decided to play conservatively, and instead of castling on the queen side, played Queen g2, Rook b8 to defend on b7, and then castled on the king side. And so we have a very different kind of position than we thought we were going to get, where White's deciding to sort of slow the pace down a little bit and keep some of the advantages of the position, like the strong bishop on e4 and the possibilities of playing g6 or f6. In fact, f6 looks like it's a little bit of a threat now, and is going to force some reaction from black. Yeah, I like the way that he's played this. It's a stylistic thing too. Some players might have decided to take a different approach, but this is one way. Solid, white playing solid, and the players are mixing sort of solid ideas with tactical ideas and leaving everything for the time scramble. and to our amusement, coming up, a time scramble near you. And okay, black is losing more, has lost now the equivalent, the queen for the rook and the bishop, and is going to lose even more here. I'm sure white can pick something up after bishop g5, queen g4, or you can just play queen takes c6, and that's going to be it. Queen c6 is completely hopeless for black. And Clemens Giargo, wow, he takes the knight, and rook takes f4. So we're going to see what's what here. Black gets his chance to try for a brilliant attack. Rook d3, defending along the third rank, makes sense to me. Doesn't look like this is enough, but you never know what could happen in a chess game. And these white pieces are a little bit far from home. All right, we're going to get an exciting finish here. And here, speaking of exciting finishes, so what happens here? White's just marking time. Does Elliott have time to go after the a4 pawn? If he does that, of course, he could risk losing his knight. For example, king d3, knight b2 check, king c3, knight a4, and then king b3 wins the knight. So I'm not sure what Elliott is doing here. Trying different things. king d3 looks like knight b2 doesn't work. King c3. And if knight a4, king b3, and he's lost his knight. So, And white says, White says I'm going for freedom here with e4. And this eliminates another pawn. Probably should be good enough to draw, I would imagine. But, okay, so, I mean, black could still lose a knight even if he goes to b2 and takes on a4 and the white king goes to, say, d2. The knight is still going to be sort of in trouble. Bishop h1 was the only move. Well, he didn't think so. He played e4. So what happens now? D takes e4, knight d6, and knight f5. Yeah. Yeah, but what about this try now? D takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight d6, bishop goes back, and then knight f. Well, what is white black doing here? It's just looking so unlikely still, but there's confusion here, and maybe one of the players is going to get confused. Well, that's for sure. All right, black doesn't feel she has to stop knight d4 and plays f6 and plays knight d4. Sharp game. Chelsea's played a good game, and this is Nicholas just plunges on with f6. Is that so good? Rook e6. That's what I guess what I would have thought. You're getting a really well played game here. Okay, this is quite exciting, and so is, this game is quite lost for black, and black calmly brings, after rook d3, calmly brings the rook out. Now the problem is f3 makes rook d3 look, so I think after f3 black is probably winning after queen h4, because there's just no pieces for white over. Well, queen e6 check. Even then, after king h8, it's like there's no pieces for defense over there, but complicated. And finally, back up to Winslow on board 1, and after e4, black took, and then played the king over g6. So in which game did white blunder and black missed? Well, anyway, let's look at this game. So, what's going on here, folks? Bishop f5. This is quite complicated here. Bishop f5, g2, king f2, knight e3, defending both g pawns. Okay. Then bishop g4, knight g4, king g2, and can black... Yeah, black can win that. Okay. King g3, yeah, knight b2, king c3, knight a4, king b3 is ridiculous, is just losing maybe for black even. So is Elliott forced to play knight a5 or something? I mean, why is this king on d6? King d3 looks like a good move. Knight b2 check, king c2, or king c3, maybe king c2. My head is spinning here. What does black's king do on d6? It's ready to come in to d5 if he can do it. King g3, knight b2 check, king c3. Black can duck underneath with knight d1 and knight f2. So on knight b2 check, white can play king c2. And then the knight goes back to c4, and then king d3, and black plays knight a5. So what? Then white approaches the pawns again with king e3, and looks like he can actually maybe take both of them. Yeah, this is probably a draw. Let's take a look at this this game here, and white takes on g7. So what about bishop takes e4 and queen takes c2 for black here as a equalizing try? If not more. Bishop takes e4, queen takes e4, queen c2. It's probably what's going to happen. And these young players really live off of tactics. Particularly Nicholas is just quite a tactician here. Queen e4, queen c2. Is white running out of gas there? Yeah, that's an interesting comment that Michael just made. You can go here, take the a pawn, and then play knight c5. Is that true? Yeah, then that's right, and then you can sacrifice the. Why plays bishop f5? And Elliott is playing a funny game here of, well, he's got the draw in hand, I guess, so. Knight b2. He plays, okay. I was looking at this, remember, and king f2, knight e3? Does that really do anything? Is that the move here? Is that the star move? Then bishop e4. Oh, black can play king d5. That's the move that he's going to play. King d5 here. Black has got some winning chances now. Very slight. But he does have some. King g5 looks good. I mean, it's still going to be a draw. King g5, bishop g4, king d4. Let's take a look at Chelsea's game. Queen c2 was played as predicted. This has been a nicely played game now by the players. White's queen is hanging. If White plays queen d5, knight e2 check might be kind of dangerous. White's king can't come up to the second rank because of knight c3 check, so this might be forced. And now is White losing the exchange? Bishop a7 out of nowhere? What does that do? Rook b7. Oh, then rook c1. It's not leading anywhere for White. Okay, so in the previous position, after White could have tried queen g4. That's incredibly dangerous to play queen g4 here. It might be possible. Yeah, it might have been possible. It's a dangerous move to play, obviously, because Black has knight e2 check, and there's a lot of pieces flying around here, but it's possible. It is possible. It's really dangerous, like I said, dangerous looking move. This is yet to come to any resolution here. Knight a1, bishop b8, knight b3. That I'm trying to figure out a way for Black to it's actually possible, I suppose. Knight takes a1, bishop takes b8, and then knight takes b3, desperado. White could desperado back with bishop takes e5, but then knight d2. Very, very risky kind of play. All right, still in balance. Okay, he plays knight a1. Interesting. Bishop b8. And Chelsea has, playing very simply, just being a pawn ahead here. Knight takes b8. Oh, knight b3 was possible. Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock. Black is better. King takes g7, knight c6, and a healthy pawn ahead. How about that? Nicholas has misplayed this, I think. We'll continue to look at this briefly, and going to Guy Argo's game, where White has defended with a solid knight d1, the rook on the queen on the third rank, and Black's play is starting to look more tenuous to me here. Knight d1 is excellent, and the rook and the queen are defending on the third rank. It doesn't look like this is enough here. What happens after rook d6? I don't see it. Queen g6, rook g3, and then you've got queen e6 coming up. This doesn't look good. White is repelling the attack, in my opinion. Okay, we've had some action here. After bishop f5, g2, king f2, g3. Okay. And winning the, not yet winning the bishop. Okay, if king g2, no, so White has to lose a tempo here. And this is it's hard to imagine that this position can be lost by white, but it could be. The king is a little far away. Black is going to try to take both pawns, and then is going to try to use the knight to shield the advance of the b pawn. But it's just, yeah, it's not going to really work. It should be a draw. And this has been a great fight back by Chelsea, who now has the advantage of a pawn ahead, and some real winning chances for the first time, but only 20 seconds left. So this is why chess is so nerve-wracking here. And this game is still all but over, and Clemens plays the sort of maybe not so accurate rook f3. Rook d6 looked better to me, although rook f2 was a threat, and maybe that's what we were overlooking. Okay, so rook d6, rook f2. Not so fast, Batman. Elliott has very slim winning chances here. All right, so Black is solidifying her position. She's going to put the knight on c6, defending the a5 pawn and the e5 pawn. And now h6 is, if Black is allowed to take on g5, there'll be another target on g5, and if white loses that pawn, this game is over. So white is in trouble here. White is in trouble, and it's unfortunate that Black has only 20 seconds left, but it's possible with good technique here. And remember, there's a delay and not an increment. So the time runs out here eventually. But Black has enough of an advantage to be able to pull this one through if she's fast. And it was Black's move. This is looking like a win for Black now. Knight c5. Knight c5 might just be in time. Yeah, okay. I spoke too soon. I think knight c5 was maybe just in time. Black has to move here. Still tough. Still tough. Okay. And we'll look at this game. Black is still holding it, hanging in there. And now queen g6 checks. So rook g3. I'm not seeing it, folks. I'm not feeling it. I'm not quite. Black is poking around, trying to find the way in here, but I'm still liking white here. Concase, hi. Welcome to the stream here. Round 2 of the Tuesday night marathon at the world famous Mechanics Institute Chess Club. This tournament was started in 1972 by then director Raymond Conway, former prison guard at Alcatraz, and a colorful character. Actually carried a pistola in his shoulder. Had a shoulder holster with a with a pistola.
Conway? You
Yeah,
talking
Conway.
about?
Yeah, your predecessor, one of your predecessors.
Richard Liu got it done.
Yeah. Every director of the Mechanics Institute that I've known has been a remarkable individual and in their own right. Abel Telementis maybe steering a club successfully through the pandemic is, you know, as heroic as it gets here. And Winslow drew.
Oh.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So this game ended in a draw. Let's see how that happened on board one. White hustled the king back. Let's see how it just got back as fast as he could. And of course, this is a draw now with White sacrificing his bishop for the remaining pawn. Well done. Both players showed a lot of fighting spirit in this game. I was scared for both of them, and pleased to see two really well played. Well, the top three boards have just been fantastic, and what's happened here? Chelsea is playing a fantastic game here. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, does White miss knight takes f7 here? I think maybe White misses knight takes f7 here. Rook f7, rook e6. Probably a short draw on shortly. So knight f5 check instead. King g8, knight h6, king g7. Still knight f7 is there. Is he gonna play it? So she's ready to agree to a draw here, it looks like, or is just repeating moves quickly. Because after knight f5, of course, king g8 can be met by g6. Knight f7, rook f7, rook e6 might be awkward for black. Knight f7, rook d4 check. Knight f7, knight g5. Nice. And yes, knight f7, knight g5. Boy, this is tactics in the end game, folks. Tactics in the end game. Knight f7. Black plays e4. Okay, White played king f5. That's what we were looking at this position, and White decided to go for it with king f5, a pawn down, and Black threw out e4 without hesitation down to her last 13 seconds. White might regret playing king f5 here, because what's he gonna do? If knight f7, then rook f7, and suddenly that's a lost king and pawn ending. Knight f7, rook f7, and there's a lost king and pawn ending, right? Rook f6, gf6, king f8, and the e pawn can't be stopped. White backs up with king g4, and this has clearly been a mistake on I think on White's part. But Black has a lot of problems to solve. Knight c5 is knight f5 check. White thinks that there's a draw at will here. King g8 because of king f8 g6 is maybe a draw or at least complicated as all get out. Black is down to the increment now with 5 seconds on the clock, or rather the delay is this is a delayed 5, so she really has to move fast now. There's no if she makes a move in under 5 seconds, she loses. And white definitely has a lot of tricks here. I mean, rook c6, and you know, this is going to be really, really tough for black to hold. She's going to have to be resilient and brilliant. Let's see what happens. Let's just quickly run to the other game, the other live game, which was interesting in its own fashion. And black's piece sacrifice has netted him 2 pawns, and probably a losing, what will surely be a losing position. But it's going to require some technique on white's part. And so let's go back up to this very dramatic game here. Okay, so white played king f4, stopping the pawn, and black just went for it with rook g2, giving up the pawn on f7. King f8, and rook f7 check, king e8 has been played. And this is a dangerous position for both sides, obviously. Three seconds now. So how does that work? That's a total of 15 seconds? Got 3 separate 5-second delays? Is that how that works? Okay, so white played rook f5. Wow, rook f5, knight f5, knight g3. Black is going straight for those pawns on the queen side, which is really a great idea, I think, unless the white king and knight and pawn can come in. What about king e5, knight a2, king f6 here? So dangerous. Of course, king e5, king f7, g6 first. Black needs to move, and is white going to try king e5? He does. Can she save the day? What did she play? I think she might have flagged. Yeah. I'm curious about this position. Can it be saved here? White threatens king f6 and g7. So what if black plays knight c3, say? Then king e6. Forces king f8. But then g7 check, king g8, king f6 is met by knight e4 check. So this position's probably still drawn.
Yeah, she lost on time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Just she gotta try to calculate and then log.
Yeah. Looks like it's still a draw, is my guess. But black has to play knight c3 here. Wow. tough game. And the last game we have here is Clemens and Giargo, which is now entering a technical phase here. Yeah, I think we were looking at this position, and just to go back here, this was a tragic loss. Black draws with knight c3, I think, here. The point being, if the king comes into well, or king f8 first. Yeah, you want to play king f8 first. If white plays g7, check, king f7 prevents the king from coming forward, and white must play king f6 and then knight c3, and you get back with knight e4 check. Too bad, very unfortunate, with Chelsea having an easy draw there, or pretty easy draw, not so easy. It requires calculation, but and white is about to harvest a bunch of black pawns, and this game is lost for black. Yeah, I'm not so sure of that one, because rook h5. Well, no, this is black can at least play a4 here, fixing the pawns, but then rook b4 would win, or rook h5, and some combination of that. Yeah, I guess we could walk through the opening of that game. I won't be able to tell you much, but somebody else might. Whoa. Okay. It's a Vienna game, and I must say I don't know this. So somebody else is going to have to. I can make my comment. I can make comments that are, off the cuff, but they're not going to be grounded in much theory. Let's put it that way. So maybe somebody else could help here. c6 maybe for black, or reversed Evans Gambit with b5. How about that? You want some suggestions here? How about b5 for black? Well, knight c6 doesn't look bad, and f4. I like this way of playing for white. It's like a king's gambit without any worries, And I already feel like black maybe has been a little too lackadaisical here with the opening. I don't know. I don't know. Going back here, maybe, like I said, maybe c6 for black or something like that. Okay, so knight c6 is the main line. Don't listen to me, folks. So what happens after f4? All right, black takes. And taking seems reasonable, although it develops the white bishop. And now maybe knight a5. I mean, I don't know. d6. d6 looks correct. And these moves make sense to me. All right, now here we have an interesting moment where black shows no paranoia whatsoever and just castles on the king's side, and then white castles on the queen's side, and black plays a6, and white plays knight d5, b5, and here, what about bishop to g5 instead of knight f6, which was a good move, but bishop g5 looks like a really interesting move here. If b takes c4, knight f6 check, I'm sorry, bishop takes f6, g takes f6, queen h6 would win. So instead, white takes, plays bishop d5, and now black blunders the exchange. Should play bishop d7, although I can't say I'm happy with the way black played this. I don't think that black played this correctly. Plays knight d4, and white plays bishop to g5, which actually kind of gets the bishop off of a vulnerable square, I suppose. Queen g6, and then just takes it, and black should just retake. Instead, black mistakenly plays knight takes f3, and after gf3 is going to lose something. White simply withdraws the bishop, and black goes down a piece after taking the rook. There's just a counting error, and it's easy to do. I mean, you can get confused in situations like this if you're not careful. So I think that might be it for the evening. Oops, sorry, folks. I'm gonna come up here and see if there's there's still one game left. Clemens Argo here. And white seems to be winning this pretty handily. He's got to be careful that I suppose black doesn't get some horrible counterplay, but it doesn't look like it's really going to happen here. White just has to play a5, and that's good night. Black is just pretty much paralyzed here. Rook a4 is one way to proceed. This should be good enough. I guess king h4 for black. Rook f7. Oh, then g3 check, sorry. Yeah, white's maybe pawn to e4 would be good here. Black can't play g3 check. So going back, going back to this other game, a6 was a mistake. That was this game. Way back here. All right, a6 is being labeled a mistake to play b5. Black has maybe should play in the center with knight d4 or something like that. This is a quite an opening here. It's a really very romantic style opening. Okay, let's go back to the one remaining game, and it's over. h2 is met by king g2. Let's see what happened here. Oh, he did play e4, and black in desperation played rook takes f2, which did not work because after this there was no continuation. So some spectacular chess here at the Mechanics Institute Chess Room. I am Paul Whitehead, your host for the evening, and suffice it to say that I'm about to leave. And good night, everybody. I'm going to let Abel say the final word.
Yeah.
The final word.
Last
Good night.
word.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks everyone for watching. Fun games to watch, and even this one was got scary in the end.
Yeah.
But all right, we'll be back
Thursday.
next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. We have an off week of the Thursday marathon because last week was the final two.
Are we doing the arena?
Yeah, we still got the arena, so we will see you Thursday for the arena, and then next Tuesday for round 3.
Okay.
And next Tuesday for round 3, next Thursday, rounds 1 and 2 of the new Thursday night marathon. All right, everyone, have a good evening, and we'll see you soon.